Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, sir, today we have Dr. Amit Joshi.
From IIT Jaipur, na?
Yes, sir.
Mhm. So another thing is, I have some other meeting from 10:30 to 11:50.
Okay, sir.
So I'll not be available from 10:30 to 11:50.
Okay, after Amit Joshi sir's session, we will be distributing the feedback form to the participants. So they will be
Okay.
filling up that form. In the meantime, you will be joining, and RB sir will be taking Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir will be taking our keynote speech session from 12 to 2 p.m.
Okay. So that's why, man. So I'll not be available exactly at that time. So 10:30 to 11:50. At 12, I will join again.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Mm.
Good morning, Amit Joshi, sir.
Good morning, sir. I hope I am audible.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
audible. You are audible.
Okay, sir.
Clearly audible.
Okay, means let me know whenever we want to start, sir. I am ready. Okay.
Okay, so now it is around 21 participants. So let's wait for 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, 5 or
Okay.
7 minutes, and then we'll start.
Sure, sure, sure. I am here only, sir. Okay.
Mm. Hello. Now number of participants is around 53. So now we can start maybe.
Yeah. Sure.
So
Should I start now, sir?
yeah. So let me introduce you. So today is the last day of our FDP program. So on research methodology. So today we're lucky to have Dr. Amit Joshi. So he will talk about uh, table in latex and general documentation strategy. And he did. I think so. You did PhD from which place? NIT Surat.
NIT Surat.
And then you went and did a postdoc with Saraju Mohanty, I think so.
Oh no, not with the postdoc. Actually, just doing the research collaboration. So I haven't done postdoc.
Okay, great. So you are doing very good research collaboration with Saraju Mohanty and have a lot of research output and EC department, many publications you have. Okay, so because publications comes not only from work, but how to present the things very nicely, and particularly how to represent your result in either tabular form or graphical form or in a bar form. Based on that, we will talk about how to represent the data in a nice way. So how to do things in LaTeX. So let's welcome Amit Joshi and participant. You will enjoy how to do LaTeX in table in LaTeX and general documentations. So please take over.
Yes,
Yeah.
sharing is off. Sharing is off. If you can enable the sharing.
Yeah. So we'll enable.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it is enabled. So now we can.
Okay. I believe my screen is visible now.
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I am giving you one information that I will not be available from 10:30 to 12:30. So 10:30 to 11:50, and Kosik ji will take the all technical help or all kind of things. Okay, because I have another meeting.
Yes, sir. I believe I have a short 11:30. So I will be continue till 11:30.
11:30. And on our back site post is Kosik Bharadwaji. So he will handle all of your issues. Okay.
Sure, sir. No issue.
People may ask questions, and then you need to look at the chat box and then read out the questions and answer them if they have any.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay, thank you. So please take.
Thank you, sir. So good morning, all of you. So nice to see that today is your last day. Okay, so possibly you have a long association with this particular FDP from last 2 weeks. So I will be talking about latex, and I believe that already earlier, two of my colleagues, Dr. Satyasai J. Nanda and Dr. Ravi Kumar Madila, have already talked little bit about the latex. Okay, so I will just move ahead with whatever is being covered. I believe that means Ravi sir has covered basics of the latex, how you can install and how you can write down the simple document. Possibly Nanda sir has given you the more insight about the figure and equation. Okay, now possibly I will be talking about the tables, which is the one of the very important things in your technical documentation. Okay, so how you can prepare a table? Possibly in previous two lecture, you have already gone through some of the features of the latex, which latex can perform. Of course, when we talk about technical documentation, then in technical documentation, specifically latex is a more popular in a research community. Okay, if you write down or means if you generate your technical document with the latex, because latex but obviously generate the output in a PDF. So whatever the PDF which is being generated from a latex, you just see the means technical document, and it will look certainly different and creating a more impact than whatever is being created with the other. Okay, so today I will be discussing about the table. Possibly table is a requires some sort of specific syntax that we should know while we are preparing a table. Well, while we talk about the Microsoft Word, then possibly in a Microsoft Word it is very difficult, where or it is very easy, rather than that you need to insert it and then you need to select the row and column and it will be prepared. Okay, but when we talk about the latex, it is slightly difficult. Okay, so not that much of difficult, but only thing is you need to understand that what you are doing on plain paper. Okay, if you follow that particular terminology in terms of the syntax, then you can easily draw a table. Okay, so in today's lecture I will be talking about the different forms of table. So we will try to see first how you can prepare a simple table, then we will try to go somewhat deeper inside the table, where we will just see that how you can merge the row, how you can merge the column of a table. Then if you want to tilt the text of the table, then how you can do that. Okay, then we will see one of the concept of the long table in a latex. So that also we will discuss, that what do you mean by long table. And possibly if the time permits, then I would also like to go through a acronym, because I believe that acronym is not being covered yet, but the facility which is being presented by a latex for an acronym, which is very important. Okay, so if you are preparing a dissertation report or thesis report, or even you are planning to write down a book, then the list of the acronym is a must that you will observe. Okay, and latex is providing a very good facility for that. So possibly in last 15-20 minutes I would like to touch upon that acronym. So let's start with the table first. How to create a simple table. Now I believe that all of you are familiar with Overleaf. Okay, so Overleaf is an online latex editor where you can write down a command. So means always in a latex there are two important you can consider a window. One is a front end window. Front end window is an editor where you are writing your syntax that you need to store with .txt file. Okay, so that .txt file usually you will write down in an editor. Okay, so maybe means if you are working offline, then maybe you are working with the text studio, text maker, or any similar kind of editor. Okay, and at the back end, that latex compiler will work. That is, we consider as a mictech. Okay, so that mictech will work and it will generate the output as a PDF. Okay, so mictech may not be visible to you, but it is always there. Okay, like a car, that in a car that engine is always there, but it may not be visible. But without engine, the car will not work. Okay, so similarly, the mictech will be always there. Now, when you use the Overleaf, then you have a flexibility that mictex is already or being installed with this particular online editor. Okay, so with that you can run and you can generate the PDF very nicely. So here you will observe two windows. This is .txt file. Okay, and on the right hand side you have a PDF file. Okay, I will just show both parallelly, because on the left hand side we need to write down the syntax, and on the right hand side the PDF would be generated. Okay, so I believe that you know that in a latex, the first line that you need to write down, \document class article. Article is one of the most popular class that means we have in our latex. So that article.cls is already there. Now with the Overleaf you will find out the flexibility like that automatically whatever is required, it will be installed. Okay, so it will be automatically installed once you introduce something, then if it is not available, then it will be installed automatically. Okay, but it may not be when you work with the offline. Okay, so offline also there is a possibility that it could be done automatically or it could be done manually. So that we need to specify at the time of the installation. So this is the first line that we need to write down, document class article. Then possibly we would like to write down a different package that we would like to use it. Now the package is, you can consider the heart of the latex. Okay, so all the functionality which is there inside the body, that is basically governed by whatever the package that is being used or that is being initialized by you. Okay, so this part is very important. Okay, as and when required, I will discuss about this, that which kind of package you need to use for this particular functionality. Okay, so there are few packages are there. Then possibly you will start with the title and author. So just to have a just title and an author, I have just written that, and then begin document. Okay, and then this make title will ensure that whatever is being written as a title and author, it will be appear like this. Okay, now we will directly talk about a table. Okay, so let's consider that I want to prepare a simple table which is there in this particular PDF. Now you just observe that there is a one simple table which is being prepared over here, where the table 1 is number of participants at Electronics and ICT Academy. Okay, so now this table I want to prepare. So you just observe that if I look at this particular table, then this particular table is having a total 5 column and 2 row. Okay, so this is a table of 2 cross 5. Okay, so this table I want to prepare, but in a latex, all these things you need to write down through command. Okay, so if you are interested to generate this particular table, then you need to write down the equivalent syntax for that. Okay, that we will see that how you can prepare this particular table. So I am just opening this table on the left hand side so that you can visualize, and similarly we will write down a syntax being associated with this. Okay, so I am just commenting it right now, and possibly I would like that you would also try with me to write down or prepare this table, because possibly the hands-on session will be more meaningful over here. Otherwise means it will be like that I will keep on speaking something, but you may not be realized. So I request you to just, if you have an Overleaf account, just open that Overleaf account, create a new text file, start with the begin document class article, and then just try to follow what I am trying to write it down over here inside the begin document. Okay, so now we need to prepare this particular table. Now just to realize the table, that how you can do it. So what actually we are following on paper, that you need to realize. I am just opening Microsoft Paint, Paint. Now if I want to draw a table on paper, then what we are doing? If I want to draw a table, then what I will do? First of all, I will draw some sort of vertical line. To a vertical line, I will define number of column. Then I will draw this horizontal line. Okay. Then possibly I will draw again some horizontal line to just differentiate that this is my first row, this is my second row. Then possibly I will start writing inside the table like X, Y, Z, something like that. Okay, and then possibly I will provide some caption at the top. Table 1 is for alphabets. This is what we used to do when we have given a plain paper, and through possibly pen or pencil you need to draw a table. Okay, so what we used to do, we used to draw first some sort of vertical line in order to prepare a column. Then we will draw a horizontal line and then we will prepare a row. Now exactly the same thing we are doing it. This horizontal line is basically defined by H line. This number of column also you will define initially when you start the table. Let's see that how you can write it down. Okay. First syntax is you need to write down begin table that is following by end table. Now means most of the time editor is very user friendly. It will give you all the required syntax which is related to. See, I haven't typed anything. I have write down only begin table. Automatically end table is there. So now in between, whatever I need to write it down, I can write it down over here. So begin table and end table. So begin table is line number 71. End table is line number 79. So whatever information which is related to the table, that I need to write it down in between 71 and 79 line. Okay. So syntax is begin table and then there is a square bracket. Now this square bracket is providing optional argument. Now always in a latex you will observe that there is a keyword. This backslash begin is a keyword. Okay, because it is with the blue color. All the blue color are basically inbuilt syntax. Then in the curly brackets you have written a table because you are interested to prepare a table. Because if you want to draw a figure, then possibly instead of table you can write down figure. If you are interested for an equation, then you can write down equation instead of table. Okay, so this curly bracket is a compulsory argument that you need to provide. That means whether you are preparing a table, figure, equation, whatever, that you need to present over here. And then there is a some square bracket. Now this square bracket is an optional argument in latex. You can provide or you may skip also. So this is not compulsory. Okay, so I am just currently providing is as it is. I'm not writing anything. Okay, so even you can delete it also. Okay, there is no problem because it is an optional argument. Now then syntax is backslash centering. Now this backslash centering suggests that whatever the table which is being prepared, the table will be at the center. This is about whole table. So that means whatever the table that I would like to prepare, I am just informing a latex that please put this table at the center of your page. Usually we used to have like this only. Okay, then there is a syntax begin tabular and tabular. Now this is very important. Now whatever the content that you would like to write down inside the table, so content is this NIT Patna, MNIT Jaipur, IIT DM Jabalpur, IIT Roorkee, IIT Guwahati. So all these are the content along with in a second row the numbers. So this all I need to write it down in between 73 to 76. Begin tabular and end tabular. Begin tabular and end tabular are the syntax between which you need to write down about the content of the table. Okay, whatever the content you are interested to write down inside the table. Okay, now for that, apart from that, there is a caption and there is a label. So I will come back to this. What is the 77 and 78 night? But currently just observe that what we are interested to write down in this begin tabular and end tabular. Now if you observe, then here the begin tabular, so that is a compulsory syntax. Okay, then there is another curly bracket which suggests that some compulsory syntax. Now in the second argument, whatever the curly bracket is there, where you need to provide the information about the column. Now if you remember, when we started this, at that time initially we have drawn some vertical line to just define how many column I would like to have. Okay, because of the column possibly you will try to adjust the table to be fitted inside the page. Okay. So here also, whenever you are writing something regarding the table, where it starts with the begin tabular, where you need to provide first information about number of column. Okay. Now that information I will provide after a begin tabular in a second curly bracket. So in a second curly bracket, I will provide the information about the column. Now, how many column I have? 5. Okay. Now, apart from this, I can also provide the information how I am interested to write down the information inside this particular column. So let's consider that I am writing first C, 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 C. Now this C stands for center, and I have written total 5 times C. So C is written 5 times. So this one particular C defines about the column, and ultimately here the C meaning is not column, but this C represented whatever the column which is being generated inside with how I would like to align my text. Okay, so here the option could be L or C. You can write down anything. Okay, so C means center. So C, 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 5 times C will inform a latex that I'm interested in a total 5 column. Okay, so this is the first information that you need to provide with the begin tabular C, 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 C. Here, if you observe that actually here there are 5 column, but this particular first column, if you observe, the text is aligned at a right side. In second, it is at center. At third, it is center. Fourth, it is center. And at the last, fifth, it is right aligned. Okay. So just I will change first C is a left L so that it will be left aligned. Then last one is a R, then it will be right aligned. So here the L stands for left aligned, C stands for center aligned, and R stands for right aligned. So here ultimately L, C, 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 R. So what is the meaning of that? The first column, whatever is being generated, where the text will be left aligned. In a second column, third column, and fourth column, where a C is being written, where it is center aligned, and at the last column, fifth column, it is being right aligned. So LCR is a possibility that you can write down, and here I have used all 3. So LCCR I have used. So first is a left aligned, second, third, fourth is a center aligned, and last is a right aligned. So that's what we want to generate. Okay, then I will try to write down a content inside it. So if you observe that the first row is NIT Patna. Now over here, before that, you just observe that there is a one horizontal line. See, what I have done, I have actually prepared a vertical line. Okay, but ultimately I need to prepare the horizontal line also. Okay, so what I need to do, let me go to a new. Okay, so what I have done simply like this. To prepare a column. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I have prepared a column. But still, if I look at this, then in this table, the first horizontal line has to be generated. This is for the top. Okay, so that I will generate with the syntax backslash H line. H line stands for horizontal line. That means I want to draw a horizontal line at the top like this. Then I will think about writing over here NIT. Then possibly I will write down in a second column like this. Okay. So That's what I am interested in, H line, and then I will write down NIT Patna. Then I will use this ampersand or and, or possibly this you consider as an and. This and I am using, and this and will help you to jump from your first column to second column. Now you just observe that NIT Patna is being written in your first column. Then you need to write it down MNIT Jaipur, but that you need to write down in a second column. So whenever you jump from one column to second column, then you need to use this and. So now I will use and, then I will use MNIT. Then again I want to jump to a third column, then I will write down and triple IT DM Jabalpur. Then I want to jump to a fourth column, then again I will write down and IIT Roorkee. And again and I will write down IIT Guwahati. Okay, so what I have done, in order to provide the information into my first row, I have write down NIT Patna first, which is the information that I need to write down. First row, first column. Then I need to write down second column, first row information, that is MNIT Jaipur. In order to jump from my first column to a second column, I will use this and symbol. Then from again second column to third column, I need to write down and through that I can jump to a third column. From third column to fourth column, again I need to write down this and similarly for fourth to fifth, I need to write down this particular and at the last. Okay, and then I will try to write down two backslashes. Now IIT Guwahati is the end of my first row. Now if you want to write it down at the end of the first row, like what we used to do, NIT Patna, then possibly I will write down MNIT Jaipur, then I will write down triple ITDM, then possibly I will write down IIT Roorkee, and then possibly I will write down IIT Guwahati. Once I reach over here, then possibly it is end of my first row. I need to jump back over here for my second. So when I want to write down end of the row, then the syntax is I need to use 2 times backslash. 2 times backslash suggests that it is a end of my first row. So 2 times backslash I have written. After that, ultimately, before starting the content of the second row, I need to write down or I need to draw this particular line. So this particular line is being generated by H line. Okay. So H line is being written. Here you just observe there are 2 H lines because NIT Patna and 400. This 400 top 2 line is there. So possibly I will write down 2 times H line because I am interested to generate these 2 line. Okay. So H line, and then I am interested to write down this content. So this is 400 and so I can write down in a second column, then again and so that I can write down in a third column 300 again, and I can go to a again and then it is end of my row. So again I will write down 2 times backslash, and then at the end we have this another line to just define at the bottom line of the table. So that I will also write down with the H line. So this is information that I would like to write it down inside the table. Again, I am explaining what we are starting. We are starting with the begin tabular. Then the second curly bracket, I will provide the information about the number of column along with how the content will be aligned inside that particular column. So The count of this LCR is defined total number of column, and L signifies the left aligned content, C signifies a center aligned content, and R signifies a right aligned content. I have written L, C, 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 R. So that means total 5 column will be generated. First column will be left aligned, last column will be right aligned, and in between you have a second, third, and fourth column which is of a center aligned. Then I will go for this horizontal line at the top. Then I will write down this content NIT Patna. Then and help me to jump from my first column to second column. From second column to third column, I will write down and again for the third to fourth, I will write down and fourth to fifth. Now, if you just typically observe that if I have a 5 particular column, then how many times I need to jump? I need to jump total 4 times. Okay, because I will jump from this NIT Patna to MNIT Jaipur first time, MNIT Jaipur to the IIT DM Jabalpur second time, IIT DM Jabalpur to IIT Roorkee third time, and IIT Roorkee to IIT Guwahati fourth time. So that's why this end symbol you will observe it is coming 4 times. So if you have a 5 column, then you need to use 4 this kind of and symbol, because that means it is saying that you are jumping total 4 number of times. So please ensure that okay, the number of and has to be total number of column minus 1, which suggests the total number of times you are jumping inside the table. So with this again H line to just define this 2 line, then you are interested to write down the content. So 400, 500, 300, 200, 200 that you have written again 2 times backslash, that suggests end of line. The bottom of the line is defined horizontal line with H line, then it is end of the symbol. That means all the information which is required inside the table is now completed. Now these 2 lines, what do you mean by backslash caption and what do you mean by backslash label? Backslash caption is nothing but what you would like to write it down for the table. That means what actually the caption that you want to provide at the table. Here the caption usually we would like to have at the top of the table. So that means I will write down before begin. Okay, and then I will write down this simple information: number of participants at electronics and ICT Academy. Okay. Now, this is a caption that I would like to put at the top. That's why I have put it before begin table. Label. Label is just for a tagging. So I will just write it down. Tab 1. This label I will use inside the tag. So possibly I will then write down the participants are defined in table. Now since the numbering of the table is being done by LaTeX itself, so just to tag this particular table, what I will write down? I will write down \ref and whatever the label that I have provided. So this is to be unique. Okay. So this label, whatever you are providing, that has to be unique among all your table, figure, and equation. There should not be any match of this particular tag. So I have written a tag tab1. So I am writing tab1, and with that, I'm ending it. So what it will do, automatically the numbering will be taken care of this particular table, and the numbering will be displayed over here. So I'm just running this and trying to observe that what is being generated. Now you just observe the table which is being generated, but there is something which is missing. Your vertical line, column are generated, but vertical line is missing. Now, in order to do that, possibly whenever you are defining this information, to provide a vertical line. So that means you need to provide simple a pipe symbol in between in your this curly bracket. Now you just observe it. The required table is being generated. Automatically the numbering will be also. Why the numbering is not being done? Label table 1 1. The participants are defined in table 1. This is the term. Okay. So this is the one. So participants are being defined in this table 1. So now 1 and this table 1 is being numbered by a latex itself. So good thing is all the non-technical thing, that means numbering of the table is not actually we need to worry. That is being generated by latex itself. So this way you can prepare a simple table. Now we will see some sort of complex thing. Okay. So just try to observe that how I can prepare this particular table. Okay. This table 2 is being generated, and for that the syntax is being written from 132 to 152 line. Okay. So just try to observe whether you are following this particular syntax or not. Okay. Or possibly I would be more than happy that if you try to prepare this particular table by yourself by writing a syntax. Okay. So that you will actually realize it. Okay. So then possibly we will think about the how you can merge the row and column inside the table. So just I will give you a 2 minute. Okay. So that you can complete this. And if you have any doubt, whatever is being covered till now, then I'm open for that. I'm ready to have your question from your side. Let me check that whether I can have in the chat box. Maybe you can write it down your query in the chat box, or far so good. It seems that. Okay.
Sir, there is no query till now.
Okay, good. So how you can prepare this table too? Just try to write down a syntax accordingly. Don't see on the left hand side. Okay, for the left hand side, just those who are actually not doing a practice. But I request you that just try to see on the right hand side and just try to think about what could be the syntax that I need to write it down in order to generate the table 2. So begin table, end table, where you need to provide on the information. Caption, that is I want to provide at the top of the table, that is the students of MNIT. Okay. And centering, that means I want to put this table, whole table at the center. So that is the syntax. Then begin table or begin tabular and tabular, which is the main part of the table where I will provide all the information what I would like to put it inside the table. So begin tabular, then ultimately this table, if you observe 1, 2, 3, 4. So total 4 column is there. So that's why C, 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 and there is a pipe symbol to just draw the vertical line among all the column. So that is being written. Then H line to provide this top horizontal line. So that is a H line. Then I am interested to write down inside the first row, first column, that is branch, I want to write it down this with the bold font. So that's why text BF is being written. So text BF is nothing but BF stands with bold font. So whatever the text that I am going to write, that I would like to write it down in a bold font. So that's why backslash text BF, and in bracket there is a branch which is being written. Then again there is a and which helps us to jump from first to second column. So now in a second column, I am interested in EC in a bold form. So I am writing this. Then mechanical, I am interested to write. Then I am writing civil. So this 4 column first row is being written. Then again, to suggest the end of the row, I will write down 2 times backslash. Then again there is a horizontal line. Then there is a BTech 3 students. Then this second row, just observe on the right hand side. What is the second row? BTech 3, 80, 60, 60. So BTech 3, which is I am interested in the first column. Then and 80, that is in a second column. Then and 60, which is in a third column. And then again 60, which is in a fourth column. So this would be the information I am interested in a second row. Oh, sorry, second row in all 4 columns. Then again, BTech 4, just observe on the right hand side, what is the information on the third row? BTech 4, then there is number, MTech 1, MTech 2, that is my subsequent 4th and 5th row. So just try to follow this, how you are writing this, and what will be the exactly output which is being generated. So just once you compile this, then obviously you will be able to generate the table 2 of whatever is being represented over. I believe that you can do it. Okay, now just observe a table 3 which is on the right hand side of your PDF. What do you observe? What is new in this? So here, basically, if you observe in your first column, second and third row, which is being merged and defined as a UG. So BTech 3 and BTech 4 are merged and they are being put as a UG. And similarly, the row 4 and 5, which is being merged and put as a PG. Okay? So now we will see the concept of row merging. That means in a table, if I want to merge the row, then how I can do in latex. Okay, so that is the concept that we are interested to see. Now, here I have put a V-space to just separate this particular 2 tables. So through a V-space, you can insert a space, okay, vertically. So this 158 to 181 is a syntax where we have written all the information about the generation of table 3. Now, begin table, then this is the optional one, okay, that he H and D, that means here or top. So that means it will insert a table either here or maybe in a top of the next table. And caption, so caption is similar, okay. So what we are interested in? We are interested in this merging of second and third row. So how you can do it? Just try to observe. So simply the syntax up to 165 is clear because 165 up to 165 it is similar because the first row of table 3 and first row of table 2 are same. So table 2 and 3, the first row is same. Okay, so that is a similar one. So जो पहले था वही 162, 163 और 165 लाइन में है, ठीक है, जो फर्स्ट रो और हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइन की. नाउ अल्टीमेटली आई एम इंटरेस्टेड merge second and third row. Now, in order to merge a row, you need to use a command \multirow. Now this multi-row command is available in a specific package, which is a multi-row package. So here you just observe on my document, line number 15. In a line number 15, you will observe that there is a command which is being written as a multi-row. And this command is basically using the package. So with having a using a package, I am interested to install this particular package. So once you have this particular package, then you can use this particular syntax \multirow. Okay, now try to understand this syntax. Now \multirow is require 3 arguments in the subsequent curly bracket. So what is those 3? Just try to understand. So if I am interested to merge this second and third row, so that means 2 row I want to merge, because second and third row I would like to merge. That means this BTech 3 and BTech 4, that is a second and third row I would like to merge. So in a first curly bracket, it will let you know about the information of number of row that you would like to merge. So currently I am interested of merging 2 row. So that's why the first syntax after the multi-row is 2. \multirow 2, which is being written. So this suggests that I am interested in a merging of 2 row. Then there is a second syntax which actually define the width of the row. Okay, कि आप कितनी width की row define करना चाहते हो. If you do not want to provide, then you can provide star also. There is no problem. Okay, यहाँ पे star भी चलेगा. ठीक है. So here I have written a 0.5 centimeter just to show that कि ये 0.5 centimeter का है. जो आपकी रो की width है वो 0.5 centimeter की generate होगी. And then what you want to write down after merging the row. So that means if I merge the row second and third, then what will be the text that I want to write it down? So that is UG I am interested. Okay. Again, I am explaining the syntax \multirow. So in a multi-row, what you are interested? You are interested to merging a 2 row. So that's why the first argument is the number of row that you want to merge. And in a second argument, what will be the width of that particular row? So that is being written 0.5 centimeter. You can write down a star also, that LaTeX will take it automatically. So that is a second argument. And in the third argument, after merging the row, what text that you want to write it down inside. So I am interested to write down UG after merging the row. So that's why I have written a UG over here. Okay. Then in a second, third and fourth column, what I am interested is 80, 60 and 60. That is similar to what we used to have. Okay. With the end, I am trying to jump from first to second column, from second to third column, and third to fourth column. And again, at the end of the line, I am interested in a 2 time \, so that I can come back to my next row. Now in a next row, you just observe that here it is written a C line. See, ultimately I want to draw this horizontal line. Okay, so just consider that if I draw a horizontal line in 167 line, that let's say that horizontal line, then how it will look like? So what will happen that it will draw this horizontal line throughout the table. But I don't want to do it, because in a first column, when I have merged the 2 row and where I have written a UG, I do not want to draw a horizontal line. So that's why horizontal line is not an ideal command over here. I am interested to only draw a horizontal line in second, third and fourth column. So in second, third, and fourth column, I want to generate a horizontal line. For that, what I can do, I can use a command cline for a column line. So here you will define a column. So that means for how many column you want to generate a horizontal line. So backslash C line, this is 2 to 4. So what it will say that I am interested to draw a horizontal line in my second, third, and fourth column only. So this will ensure that the horizontal line being generated from my second, third, and fourth column only. So this is what it is being done. And then when you start for your third row, then first argument you do not have to refine because already you have written a UG. See, at 170 line, before ampersand you are not writing because already you have, when you merge this second and third row, at that time you have written a UG. So already UG is being written at for a third particular row. So here before end, I am not writing anything. Then I am writing this figure 47, 877 and 230. Okay. Then we are writing again a 2 time backslash. Then you are writing horizontal line. Again, you just observe this merging of 4 and 5th. Again, I will use a syntax multi-row. Again, 4 and 5th, that means so I want to merge. And here I have written a star because already the width is being defined. Okay, there cannot be a two different width. Okay, width तो एक ही होगी. तो मैंने star रख दिया. So that means 0.5 centimeter width is applicable over here. Then in a third, I am writing what is the text that I am interested to write it down over here. So that is PG. Then this figure 31, 25, 415. So this way you can do it, and this will help you to generate this particular table. So important syntax over here is multi-row. Backslash multi-row, and there is a 3 syntax that you need to write it down. First is a number of row that you want to merge. Second is what will be the width of that particular row. And third is a text that you would like to put after merging the row. So this is a very important syntax that you need to understand whenever you want to go for a merging of row. I hope means you are here with this. Anyhow, I will circulate this text file so that you can do a practice later on. Okay. Now, let's observe table 4. Okay, table 4
Yes,
में क्या
sir.
किया? Yes.
Sir, I had a question.
Yes,
In
please.
table 2, you didn't define the width, correct?
You do not want to define. LaTeX will automatically decide. Okay. So
Yes.
according to the number of column that is being written over here. Okay. So LaTeX will try to put all in a equal. So usually that you will observe here. यहाँ पे जो था वो सारा equal था. ठीक है. Even यहाँ पे भी आपका जो basically LaTeX ने क्या किया, आपका जो text था उसके हिसाब से उसने वो particular width adjust कर दी. So here you are not defining anything.
Okay, and in the second table 3, you gave 0.5 centimeter. So suppose we take it like 1 centimeter, then the width will be more in the table 3, right?
Yes, you just observe it. You just
Yes.
observe. Okay. No, let's put it 1.5.
Okay.
So that possibly you will realize more. Have you observed this?
Okay, the width changed for the first column, right?
Yeah, first column only. Because
First
means
column,
because ultimately this is before this end. Whatever you use before this end, that is applicable to first column only. This 80 is for second, this is for third, and this is for fourth. So before this end, whatever is applicable, that is for first column only.
And if we want to change the thickness of those rows, then what? will it be same all the time, or we can
See, means for the row, means see,
yeah.
now here when you are doing a multi-row, at that time possibly means you are interested to change it, okay, according to the whatever the text, because ultimately see here UG is written, but if I want to write down undergraduate, okay, then it may be a case that it may not be fit in a this particular width. Are you getting? क्योंकि
Yes sir.
जो भी आप लिखना चाहते हो वो आप कितनी टेक्स्ट लिखना चाहते हो, possibly undergraduate students I want to write it down, okay. So it could be a case that see what happens over
हाँ,
here, ठीक
it
है,
went
क्योंकि
outside.
वो width इतनी नहीं है, so possibly I can make it 3.5. So now everything is being covered. So that's why
Okay.
here latex will give you that flexibility, because that depends upon a third argument content. कि आपका थर्ड आर्ग्यूमेंट का कंटेंट कितना है. अगर आपका अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स है तो वो बहुत बड़ा टेक्स्ट हुआ, so that means you need to adjust your width of the particular column accordingly.
और सर
So
मतलब
your
ये अभी यहाँ पे देखिए अभी 2 लाइन आ रहा है ना, क्योंकि 2 कॉलम हम लोग ने तो 2 ही लिखा था, मल्टी रो 2 लोल के लिखा था, तो 2 लाइन आ रहा है, तो कभी-कभी ज्यादा भी चाहिए हो सकता है, तो फिर टेबल का भी तो जो मतलब 80 लिखा है तो उसमें नीचे और जगह कैसे लाया जाए, मतलब उसको थोड़ा
टेबल
नीचे
में
जैसे
नीचे और जगह मीन्स देखो आप टेबल में
हाँ,
मीन्स कहाँ पे जगह चाहते हो, जस्ट लेट मी नो.
नीचे की तरफ खींचने के लिए मतलब
पीजी
अगर
के नीचे
हाँ, और जगह अगर हमको मतलब ये जिस डायरेक्शन में आप लेंथ को बढ़ा रहे हैं, मैं बोल रहा है हाइट को कैसे बढ़ाएं, हाइट को
हाइट को भी आप बढ़ाना चाहते हैं,
हाँ, हाइट को अगर बढ़ाना होगा तो कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं?
ओके. Possibly I am not sure vertical space will work over here. Let me try. हाँ नहीं, ये वर्टिकल स्पेस से इतना नहीं हो रहा. What I understand that you are interested to put space in between these two, PG and के बीच में.
नहीं, जैसे आपने ये 3.5 दिया, 3.5 सेंटीमीटर दिया तो एक कॉलम का लेंथ बढ़ गया.
हाँ,
लेंथ
ये
बढ़ गया
कॉलम
तो
का लेंथ ही बढ़ा रहा है ना. हाँ,
हाँ, तो वैसे कॉलम का अगर हाइट बढ़ाना होगा तो मतलब एक बॉक्स का अगर हाइट बढ़ाना है, मतलब थिकनेस बढ़ाना है तो
I think there has to be one command of column width. Possibly I will just check it out and let you know. But possibly it may not be required, because see what you require, that you want that your all the content should be fitted inside this particular table. Okay, and this all has to be visible clearly. Now this actually all the spacing what is by default which is being provided, that is there in article class. Okay, ये जो article.cls है ना, उसमें आपके हर एक कंटेंट के बीच में कितना आपका स्पेसिंग है, आपका कितना पेज का हाइट विड्थ है, लेफ्ट राइट टॉप बॉटम, मार्जिन क्या है, जो आप बेसिकली पेज के मार्जिन जो डिफाइन करते हो ना आपके वर्ड में, वो ऑलरेडी .cls फाइल में दिया हुआ है. So 99% of the cases whenever you are preparing any technical document, okay, so वो .cls फाइल आपको ऑलरेडी दिया हुआ है, जिसमें ये सारी चीजें ऑलरेडी डिफाइन है कि आपके दो पर्टिकुलर लाइन के बीच में स्पेसिंग कितना है, आपका टोटल पेज का मार्जिन क्या है, ठीक है. तो ये सारी चीजें ऑलरेडी .cls में होती है. सो दैट्स व्हाई वी मे नॉट बी एक्चुअली चेंज इट ओवर हियर.
ओके सर, आई गॉट यू.
ओके, सो अल्टीमेटली दैट सी यहाँ पे हमने कोई पेज का सेटिंग नहीं किया. वो पेज का सेटिंग और स्पेसिंग जो है, बेसिकली हम वर्ड में क्या करते हैं, एक लाइन लिखते हैं, उसमें बिफोर और आफ्टर, इफ यू रिमेंबर, ठीक है, कि बिफोर और आफ्टर देयर इज अ वे टू प्रोवाइड सम स्पेस, मे बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ द पॉइंट 6 point 12 point, so that will automatically put a 6 or 12 point before the text and after the text. Okay, so this kind of already by default setting is there already in the article.cls. Okay, so once you decide a particular journal, that CLS file they have provided, okay, in what manner they are expected you to write it down inside this particular table, so that you will follow always. Okay, so 99% of the case I do not want to change anything inside .cls, but if you want to do this particular, then there is some way that you need to do it inside a CLS file.
Okay, sir, I got it.
Okay, so this is all about a table. Now table 4, where you just observe I am interested in this particular column merging. You just observe this 80 60 60 which is in the second row that I want to merge. So that for that I will use a multi-column. Okay, so similar to multi-row, there is a multi-column. Just observe 90 193. I have highlighted that particular part. Okay, so पहले का तो same है, multi-row 2, then basically star I have written and then UG. So here you can write down a star also, or maybe you can write it down whatever you would like to write it down. But important thing is multi-column. Multi-column, that means I am interested to merge this 80 60 60 which is there in my second row and merge it to a one per figure. So 80 60 60, so that I want to merge in a 200. Okay, so that means here ultimately the syntax that I need to use, which is similar to your multi-row, that is multi-column. Okay, then here the figure is 3. Why 3? Because 3 column I want to merge. Similarly, in a multi-row, the first argument was how many row you want to merge. Here also the how many column you want to merge. Okay, then this C suggests that whatever after merging, whatever you want to write it down, that you want to write down at the center. Okay, and there is a pipe symbol which is there. Let's just remove this pipe symbol right now. Okay, and then the third thing is after merging what I am interested, so that is 200. Okay, now if I don't write down after C this pipe symbol, you just observe that what will happen. You just observe that in a second row after 200 that table may be just open up. In order to close that, okay, so after C this vertical line need to draw, and that's why I am writing C and then there is a pipe symbol. So now it will be closed one. So this multi-column is a syntax. Again, if you observe that, again, possibly I have used this at another time where I am interested to merge this value up to 471. Okay, even 1145. You just observe 197 line. So multi-column 3. Then again center I want to put the value that 1154. Okay, so similarly the third merging is happen at the third row, so that I am writing multi-column. Again 3 column I want to merge. I want to put the content at the center, and after merging I am interested to write it down 471. So this is where the multi-column would work. Okay, so I hope means you would be able to do it. Okay,
सर ये वाला टेबल में ये जो पीजी है टेबल 4 में पीजी सेंटर में क्यों नहीं आ रहा है अलाइनमेंट?
पीजी सेंटर में इसलिए नहीं आ रहा है कि मैंने यहाँ पे वो लिखा नहीं है. देखो पीजी सेंटर में लाना है. आ गया?
Yes.
Okay, so this is up to whatever way you are writing, it will by default latex समझेगा कि it will, I need to put in a center only. Okay, तो वो center में कर देगा. ठीक है. Okay, so
Okay,
this is the way you can do for a multi-column. Now again means maybe you can think about this table, but possibly you can just write out because of the lack of time I am not actually explaining, but here it is a multi-row and multi-column, it is being merged. Just go to the bottom one. if you observe over here, there is something which is different in this table, that this particular first row content, column 1, column 2, 2, column 3, 3, that is basically tilted. Okay, so that is at the sideway. Okay, so that is also possible with the latex. So what you need to do first, that you need to actually use a package. If I'm not wrong, sideway, there is a package, or I can do it without that. I think there is no required for any package. Okay, so sideway you can do it. Okay, now what is the syntax that you need to write it down? Whatever the text that you are interested, begin sideway and end sideway. You just observe. Begin tabular. यहाँ पे मैंने begin table, end table और means label और caption नहीं रखा, ठीक है? So only the main content is being written. Begin table, then ultimately 3 column, so that is L. I am basically interested in left align. फिर basically inside this table, this column 1, I want to write it down the sideway. करने के लिए begin sideway और end sideway, उसके बीच में column 1 को मैंने लिखी. So begin sideway और end sideway के बीच में जो भी लिखोगे वो आपका sideway में रहेगा. अगर आपको पूरा टेबल साइडवे बनाना है तो आप बिगिन टेबुलर और एंड टेबुलर के बाहर बिगिन साइडवे और एंड साइडवे लिख सकते हो, तो जिससे आपका पूरा टेबल भी साइडवे हो सकता है. ठीक है, सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द टेबल. वन important thing of the table is long table that I'm interested to cover. Okay, now sometimes if you observe that you have a table which lasts for a more than one page. Okay, now if you have that much of content where the content is lasts for more than one page, then ultimately you need to use a long table syntax inside your table कि जिसमें आपका टेबल 2 अलग अलग पेज में आएगा. See, if you don't use a long table syntax, then what latex will do? Latex will try to put in a single page only. तो ये जो पूरा कंटेंट है ना वो एक पेज में आएगा, और एक पेज में आने की वजह से what it will do? It will try to squeeze. So उसके fonts है ना बहुत छोटे हो जाएंगे. Okay, I do not want to do that. I want that font should be visible, but as the table is longer, I want to put or expand it into a multiple page. Now, whenever the table is a multiple page, then what kind of things I need to take care? Okay, of course there is a caption of the table that is required, but ये जो table है वो table first उसकी जो first heading है, first column, second column, third column, that has to be there. And when I go to my next page, then also the similar heading has to be there as the first row. ये मेरा heading first column, second column, third column हर एक पेज में आना चाहिए. Let's say that my table, I have prepared a table which lasts for 10 pages. तो वो 10 pages हर एक में अब मेरा heading ये आना चाहिए, first column, second column and third column. That's what I want. Okay, so this is I expected with the functionality of the long table. ठीक है, मैं लिखूंगा तो एक ही बार, लेकिन वो ऑटोमेटिकली जितने पेज में वो एक्सटेंड होगा उतने पेज में वो कंसीडर कर देगा. ठीक है, then what I would like to put at the end of the first page, I'm interested to write down continue on the next page to just provide the information that this table is being extended to a multiple page. Okay, and possibly at the starting of the second page, I would like to consider that table 1 continue from the previous page. Okay, so this is just something unusual than your normal table, because over here ultimately this particular first heading has to be appear at the starting of the every page. Then at the end of the page you want to provide continue next page, and at the starting of the next page that means you need to provide continued from the previous page. तो ये आपका कंटिन्यू फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस पेज, अगर वो 10 पेज का है फिगर तो हर एक पेज में सेकंड पेज ऑनवर्ड्स आएगा, सेकंड, थर्ड, 4, 5, 6, 7, पर आपको लिखना तो एक ही बार है, ठीक है। सो दिस वुड बी टेकन केयर बाय लेटेक्स by having a feature of long table. Now in a long table what you need to do, I have considered this as a separate example because ultimately just to show you that first of all the package that you need to use is a separate package of a long table which requires slightly different syntax than your usual table. So that is a long table package. Then there is a title, then begin document, again begin centering, begin long table. तो लॉन्ग टेबल में ये तो सिंपलर है, टेबल की जगह लॉन्ग टेबल आएगा, बिगिन टेबल की जगह बिगिन लॉन्ग टेबल आएगा, और आपका LLL दैट मींस लेफ्ट हैंड साइड आप अलाइन करना चाहते हो, आपने कैप्शन लिखा है, दैट इज गुड, कैप्शन एंड लेबल दैट यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग. Here there is a syntax which is very important between 13 to 25. Line 13 to 25 which is pertaining to your long table syntax. Okay, अभी इसमें क्या है कि जब टेबल स्टार्ट हो रहा है तब फर्स्ट पेज पे आई एम इंटरेस्टेड टू पुट सम हेडिंग. ओके, सो दैट आई विल राइट इट डाउन एंड ऑफ द फर्स्ट हेड. दैट मींस कि मैं सबसे पहले पेज पे जो फर्स्ट पेज का हेडिंग है व्हाट आई वांट टू राइट इट डाउन, and possibly that heading I would like to continue on all the subsequent pages where the table is being extended. ठीक है, तो जैसे कि 10 पेज में ये table is being extended, so for the second page onwards this heading has to be there whatever is there on my first page. So for that what you need to do, again there is a horizontal line at the top, then backslash multi-column. Now by default here the every column in a long table is considered to be a multi-column, like we are merging it. Okay, so backslash multi-column, then 1, then this C suggests that center, and I want to draw a line on the left and right of that, and then I want to put the content, that first column which is to be in a bold font. Okay, so backslash multi-column, 1 number of column, then at the center I would like to put the content and a first column, that means the heading of that particular column. And similarly for the second column the same thing is following, but the only thing is text is different as the second column, and in a third column, and it has to be end with backslash and first head. This syntax is very important. This suggests that this particular whatever is being written in a previous line, that has to be part of my first heading, and that I need to put it in a all subsequent pages. तो ये आपका repeat हो, ठीक है. Then this is for the first head. Okay, now if you observe, then what I want to do at the end of the this, what I'm interested in another heading. That means कि after second page onwards my heading has to be at the top, like continue from the previous page. तो वो भी आपको कैसे करना है, मल्टी कॉलम 3C, यहाँ पे सी में आप पाइप नहीं ड्रॉ करोगे क्योंकि कंटिन्यू दैट इज सिंपल टेक्स्ट, एंड BF सीरीज टेबल नेम टेबल, and then continue from the previous page. This text whatever is being written that will be displayed at the top of every page starting from second. ठीक है, तो फर्स्ट पेज का हेडिंग अलग है और सेकंड पेज में व्हाट आई वांटेड, पहले मुझे ये करना है और उसके बाद मुझे ये करना है. ये जो आपके 18 लाइन है वो दैट इज द सेम एज 13. ओके, बट ये जो 18 से पहले आई वांट टू डिस्प्ले दिस दैट कंटिन्यू फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस पेज. दैट्स व्हाट माय एक्सपेक्टेड or that's what I am expected. So that's why it is being written like that. Then and foot, what I want to write it down at the footer of the first page. What I want to write it down? I want to write it down, continue on the next page. So that is being written over here, continue in the next page with the multi-column, and that has to be end with the end foot. तो ये क्या करेगा कि आपके एक पेज का फुटर ये करेगा, और एक आपका सबसे लास्ट फुटर होता है, दैट मीन कि सबसे लास्ट आप क्या करना चाहते हो, सबसे लास्ट में दो हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइन ड्रा करना चाहते हो, दैट्स व्हाट एंड लास्ट फुट. यहां पे क्या है, चार सिंटैक्स इंपॉर्टेंट है. आप अपने फर्स्ट पेज के हेडर में क्या रखना चाहते हो, फिर सेकंड पेज ऑनवर्ड्स आप क्या हेडर रखना चाहते हो, दैट इज द सेकंड पॉइंट. थर्ड is a footer, what you want to put at the all the subsequent page in the last, and at the last, that is end of the table, what you want to put it. So that is your end last put. So this 4 command is ensure that automatically all the things will be taken care. Okay, so with this, all this content that you can write it down. Now it is 27 onwards, it is just a content, whatever I am writing. 1, 10, again with the end gate, I am jumping to a second column like that. And then with the second column to third column, I am writing. So this is some garbage number I have taken. So this is the example actually I have taken from some internet source, and that's what I am presenting. So this way you can present a long table in a latex. Now again I am mentioning, if you are not using a long table, then latex by default squeeze your table and put it in a one page. So at that time it may be possible that your text size will change, but here I want that text should be visible with good enough quality, and still the table automatically should be adjusted by a number of pages. Now I am not mentioning latex that it should be completed in 2 pages, but with this particular font size, whatever is by default, with that latex has counted it for 2 pages. It could be a case that if I extend this more, then it could be go up to the 3-4 pages also. Then also the similar things will be repeatedly generated in your PDF by writing only once, which is being written over here from 13 to 25. Okay. So again, this example I will share with you so that you can do a practice this way. I think I have again 2 minutes more, so possibly I may not be able to show you all the things about the acronym, but let me try, because that is also very interesting. There is a interesting way to do in a acronym in a latex, that you can have a list of the acronym at forehand. Okay, कि आप अपना list of the acronym you can provide it at the forehand, or maybe whenever it is required you can provide the list. I have prepared a list that begin acronym and end acronym, and this list \acro, then first syntax is a short name, and then the full of this particular short name. So AMJ is Amit M. Joshi, acronym SJN Satyasai J. Nanda, acronym RKM Ravi Kumar Madira, like that. I have put some name over here. Okay, I have put a begin acronym and end acronym. In between, I have put this particular syntax. Now, this facility could be availed only by applying a particular package which is being written at 23. Use package acronym. ठीक है, तो यूज पैकेज एक्रोनेम से आप ये फैसिलिटी को अवेल कर सकते हो. दैट मींस जस्ट रन इट एंड यू वुड बी ट्राई टू ऑब्जर्व this list is being prepared. Okay, now whenever you are preparing a thesis at that time, what you want to do कि जब भी ये acronym पहली बार आ रहा है, at that time it should be in a full form, or whenever it comes second time onwards, you do not want to put it as a full form. That's what the usual practice. Okay, now this thing will be taken care by latex automatically. Okay, कि अगर वो आपका पहली बार आ रहा है तो वो आपका फुल फॉर्म डिफाइन करेगा, और अगर दूसरी बार आ रहा है तो वो आपको फुल फॉर्म नहीं देगा, वो आपका शॉर्ट नेम ही देगा, ठीक है। एंड ऑटोमेटिकली दिस विल बी टेकन केयर, सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू वरी कि आपने इसको पहली बार यूज किया या सेकंड बार यूज किया। वो लेटेक्स डिसाइड करेगा कि अगर वो पहली बार आ रहा है तो वो फुल फॉर्म डिफाइन करेगा, अगर वो सेकंड टाइम आ रहा है तो वो शॉर्ट नेम डिफाइन करेगा। So just written some means over here that let's say that I want to print this particular text. We have a Electronics ICT Academy Technology Lab at second floor at MNIT. The course is organized by Amit M. Joshi, Satya Sai Nanda. Okay. Now this I want to print as an acronym. So that already I have prepared a list. Okay. कि मैंने कुछ list already prepare कर दिया है, और फिर I am using it inside the text doc like this. We have electronics and ICT Academy. ICT Academy full form ICT is already being defined, but here I am just taking that \AC. Now ICT अगर पहली बार आ रहा है तो the full form will be displayed, or if it is coming second time then it will give only a short name. The course is being organized by AMJ and SJN. ठीक है. I am just using again the second time. Here you just observe that AMJ is coming second time. Okay, I am just running it. So whenever in a 39 line it is coming first time, then it will provide a full form of mine, Amit M. Joshi. But whenever it coming in the second time, latex will recognize that and it will give you only short name. You just observe. देखो यहाँ पे we have a Electronics and ICT Academy. Second floor, the course is being organized Amit M. Joshi. Here it is coming first time, so it is defining a full name along with AMJ, Satya Sai Nanda. Now here if you observe second time, possibly second time I have to use this F. Okay, now second time I want to use the same thing. Now you just observe it in the second time. The first lecture was delivered by DB Pathak, Professor T. Prabhakar, Vinit Saula and AMJ. Now यहाँ पे AMJ का फुल फॉर्म नहीं है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो सेकंड टाइम आ रहा है, ऑलरेडी पहली बार आ चुका है, और एट दैट टाइम द फुल फॉर्म इज बीइंग कंसीडर्ड. So this also you do not have to take care कि whether it is coming first time, second time, third time, latex will automatically decide. If it is first time, it will give you a full form. If it is a second time, then it will give you only short name. Now if you want a second time as well, a full form, then I can write down \ACF. F stands for full form. तो देखना अभी ये second time में भी, so observe over here, it is giving a full form. Okay, so but usual practice is ultimately I want this way that whenever it is coming first time, the full form has to be there, and whenever it is coming second time onwards, there has to be only short name. और वो लिंक भी क्रिएट करता है. हाइपररेफ अगर आप यूज करोगे तो ये देखो लिंक क्रिएट करता है. तो मैं आपको बताता हूं कि अगर इफ आई रन इट and then at the second time AMJ, so you just observe that it will go to a page where actually the full form is being defined. ठीक है. So this way it will be used. Now you just see interesting thing is मैंने लिस्ट ऑफ एक्रोनिम में बहुत सारे एक्रोनिम डाले हैं, लेकिन अगर आप मेरे टेक्स्ट डॉक्यूमेंट में देखोगे वो सारे एक्रोनिम मैंने यूज नहीं किए. So latex will take care this thing also, whether you have used this acronym inside your document or not. For that you need to use the use package acronym, and in bracket you need to write down this command, print only use. तो इससे क्या होगा कि ये लिस्ट जो सारा है ना वो सारा लिस्ट नहीं आएगा, तो मैंने यूज किया है ना वही आएगा. जस्ट ट्राई टू कंपाइल इट. अभी ये देखो लिस्ट ऑफ एक्रोनिम में सिर्फ 6-7 नाम ही आए, बिकॉज ये 6-7 नाम ही मैंने यूज किया है. सो गुड थिंग इज latex is taking care what you are using and what you are not using. If you are not using, it is not being reflected in your acronym. Okay, so that's what our practice. Sometimes कई बार ऐसा होता है कि आप you are writing some text, but means maybe because of some reason you will removing some text. Okay, and in that text if the acronym comes, then you need to remove also. So sometimes you forget कि मैंने अपने list of the acronym में से remove नहीं किया उसको, और मैंने text में से remove कर दिया. But with the latex, you do not have to worry. If you are removing from the text, latex will remove automatically from the list. Okay, you do not have to actually take care of that. So this is also very good facility which I feel that one can use when you are preparing a thesis. Okay, so this is all about the acronym and the table that I want to complete it. Actually, because of this short duration, possibly I need to go very fast, but hopefully at least you are able to realize that what are the capability of the latex in terms of the preparing a table and preparing a acronym. Maybe you appreciate it and then you can do a practice at your end. Now I am open for the question if you have any right now.
So participants, you can ask your queries in the chat section or raise hand. Sir, in the meantime, can you please briefly show the referencing part as well?
Sorry?
Referencing.
Referencing part. Okay.
Yes.
Now in a referencing part, see, there are two ways to do a referencing. One thing is very popular where you can prepare one particular BIF file. Okay. Now one particular BIF file you need to prepare. So 290 and 291 line. Just you observe. Bibliographic style. That style file is considered unsorted. Unsorted is a very popular file जिसमें 1 2 3 4 that means आप रेफरेंसिंग कोई भी सीक्वेंस में आपके बिब्लियोग्राफी में होगी, लेकिन वो जिस नंबर पे आएगी उसी नंबर पे उसका टैगिंग होगा. दैट मीन्स कि अगर कोई रेफरेंस में उठा के ऊपर ले जाता हूं तो ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल add the number. Okay, so that means whatever a BIF file that I'm going to create, that is in unsorted manner. Okay, and let's say that I am writing references.bib. Now this bib file you need to create. Now let me create one bib file. Ref run sys .bib. देखो references.bib मैंने क्रिएट किया. पॉसिबली मुझे यहाँ पे रीनेम करना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पे है, ठीक है. ओके, नाउ दिस पर्टिकुलर फाइल इज बीइंग क्रिएटेड ब्लैंक एंड दिस टू आर बीइंग रिटन. देखो 290 और 291 लाइन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. 291 लाइन में बिब्लियोग्राफिक फाइल जिसमें मैं अपने सारे रेफरेंस रखूंगा और ये इसकी स्टाइल है. ओके, so that is a style file is also required. Okay, we will also maybe see that how the style file can be reflected. यहाँ पे bibliography.bib फाइल है, उसमें मुझे रेफरेंसिंग डालना है. Let's say that I am interested to put some references. मैं गूगल स्कॉलर पे जाता हूँ. गूगल स्कॉलर से कुछ रेफरेंस में उठाता हूँ, ठीक है. लेट्स कंसीडर मैं मेरे ही कुछ पेपर का निकालता हूँ. चलो ठीक है. ओके, आई एम जस्ट कॉपिंग दिस रेफरेंस बिब टेक्स्ट के लिए. बिब फाइल में आपको ये कॉपी करना है. कॉपी and then I am just pasting it over here. Similarly, I can take another reference. I can copy paste over here. तो देखो यहाँ पे मैं ये रेफरेंस को मैंने कॉपी पेस्ट किया है, ठीक है. Similarly, maybe I can take another reference. Let's say that this reference I am taking and that also I am copying. Referencing is very beautiful in being done in latex. Okay, ये मैंने डाल दिया है, ठीक है. अभी मैं इसको यूज करूंगा अपने टेक्स्ट में. So let's consider मैं यहाँ पे कहीं पे रेफरेंसिंग डाल रहा हूँ. बैकस्लैश साइट और देन पुटिंग दिस टैग. ये पहला टैग होता है, ठीक है. वो आप अपने यूनिवर्सल भी डिफाइन मींस अपने आप भी डिफाइन कर सकते हो. अदरवाइज गूगल स्कॉलर ने एक यूनिट ऑलरेडी हर एक पेपर के लिए डिफाइन किया होता है, सो दैट यू कैन डायरेक्टली यूज इट. ये मैंने यहाँ पे यूज किया, ठीक है. और फिर दूसरा let's say that I am using it somewhere over here. Again जो पहला है वो उसका टैग है. ठीक है. So I have used it. Now I have included that particular bib file. Only thing is I need to just comment that because this is another way of bib file. Whatever we are discussing. Oh, sorry. This is also has to be. देखो आपके दो रेफरेंसेस आ गए. रेफरेंसेस का ऑलरेडी नंबरिंग उसने ऑटोमेटिकली कर दिया. ये 2 है और ये 1 है. ठीक है. अभी ये स्टाइल फाइल है ना वो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट होती है. There is a one alpha file, alpha referencing file, if I am not wrong. देखो अभी अल्फा रेफरेंसिंग फाइल अलग है. देखो इसमें रेफरेंसेस कैसे नंबरिंग में नहीं आए, इसमें ये इस हिसाब से आए और यहाँ पे भी ये इस हिसाब से चेंज हो गए. ठीक है. तो जब भी आप कोई भी जर्नल या कॉन्फ्रेंस देते हो ना तो उसकी खुद की .bst फाइल होती है. सो हियर along with .tex and .bib file there are two files which usually you expect. One is a class file. यहाँ पे article.cls में यूज कर रहा हूँ वो बाय डिफॉल्ट है, उसको इंस्टॉल करने की जरूरत नहीं है. पर अगर आप कोई स्पेसिफिक जर्नल और कॉन्फ्रेंस जाते हो तो उनकी .cls फाइल अलग से हो सकती है. और दूसरी ये स्टाइल फाइल जो होती है वो alpha.bst ये भी बाय डिफॉल्ट मैंने यूज की है. बट इफ you are using any particular journal or conference, they will provide their style file. Okay, and that you need to include it over here. So with that the referencing you can do it, and this bib file will have all your references. Ideally you should have only one bib file throughout your research. जब तक आप अपने रिसर्च डोमेन को चेंज नहीं करते तब तक आपके सारे रेफरेंस वही यूज होंगे. It could be a case that one new references you are adding, but आपके पुराने रेफरेंस भी यहाँ पे यूज हो सकते हैं. So during my PhD days, I have used a single bib file throughout my 5 years and never changed them. Always I used to include them, and according to this tagging automatically how many references I am using, it will be being displayed automatically by LaTeX. So this way the referencing could be also done. I hope I am able to give or explain the referencing part. Still means I have tried to explain it in a brief in a 5 minutes, but this way you can do it. So one thing is you need to create a .bit file. In a bit file you need to put all the information, and then with this particular unique tag, this you need to use it inside here. अभी ये जो आपका नंबरिंग है वो ऑटोमेटिकली हो रहा है. ठीक है. अनसॉर्टेड जो मैनर हो उसमें नंबरिंग आपका ऑटोमेटिकली हो रहा है, उसमें मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूं, वो लेटेक्स ही कर रहा है. ठीक है. ऑटोमेटिकली नंबर आ रहा है. अगर मैं ये रेफरेंस को ऊपर जाता हूं तो ये टेक्स्ट को मैं ऊपर कर दूंगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली नंबर चेंज हो जाएंगे. ये जो सेकंड है ना वो जो iglue2 है, वो iglue2 अगर चाहूंगा तो वो वन भी बन जाएगा. अगर मैं इस टेक्स्ट को ऊपर कर दूंगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो पहले नंबर पे आ जाएगा. ठीक है. ऑटोमेटिकली नंबरिंग विल बी टेकन केयर. ऑब्जर्व कि ये चेंज हो गया क्योंकि वो पहले टैग हुआ है. सो दैट मीन नंबरिंग डे लेटेक्स हैज प्रोवाइडेड एज अ 1 2. तो नंबरिंग ऑटोमेटिकली चेंज होती है. आपको तो सिर्फ अपने टेक्स्ट पे ध्यान देना है और ये टैग को यूज करना है. ऑटोमेटिकली द नंबरिंग विल बी टेकन केयर बाय लेटेक्स. ओके. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, sir, there are no more questions from the participants
Okay.
till now.
Okay. Means if you have any question later on, then also you can just contact me. There is no problem. I would be more than happy to answer. I'm just providing my email ID at the chat box so that maybe later on, if required, means you can just mail me so I can resolve your doubt. But the good thing to start with the latex is start practicing a code. There are templates are available. Up means Overleaf पे जाओगे तो Overleaf पे you will get lots of template. Okay, and just try to run that template and try to modify them accordingly, and then you will gradually get the confidence. In latex, nobody is actually expert. Okay, so I also share with you whatever the facilities I have used when I prepared my thesis. So similarly, once you start using a latex, gradually after 6-8 months, you will be like me that once you use all the particular syntax and all the facility which is basically required in your day-to-day life, then possibly you will also remember all the syntax. Okay, so there is means nothing difficult in a latex. Okay, only thing is it is unconventional way of writing. Okay, because we are pretty much habitual with the word where everything is coming automatically. But the main advantage of the latex, it is free of cost, and whatever the quality of the document which is being generated by a latex, which is nowhere nearby which is being generated by Word. Okay, so that's why it is very much popular in your technical documentation among the research community. So that's all from my side. Thanks for your patience, and hope to see you sometime again. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Joshi, sir. It was a wonderful session. So hope the participants have enjoyed the session. So now we'll be taking half an hour break. Amit sir, thank
Yes.
you for giving us your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for inviting.
Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure. So participants, we are taking half an hour break now. And in the meantime, I'll be sharing one feedback form link in the chat section and also in the Telegram group. Since this is our last day of the course, we would request you to fill up the feedback form for us. So I'll be sharing the feedback form link. So you can access the feedback form like you have accessed the MCQs in day 6 and day 8. So I have shared the link over here. I'll be sharing the link in the chat section in the Telegram group as well. And also you will find this link in the announcement form that is there in the Google Drive. So if you have not been able to see the link in the chat section, you can go to the Google Drive and access the link from there. Now I have turned on the link for accepting responses. It was off before, so you can try again. Now it will be accepting the responses. Kindly try again. It will be accepting responses. Afternoon, Aryabhata Sahu, sir.
So,
Yes,
so what do you call?
Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir will be joining soon.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Ratnajit ji. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So, now already this 10 days workshop is almost coming towards end. So,
The last session of our 10 days workshop will be taken by Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir. So before that, I would like to give a brief intro of Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir. With Aryabhatta Sahu sir's permission, shall I start with the introduction?
Yeah, you can give the introductions, or I can introduce also, because Neo is from IIT Guwahati, and he is coordinator of ICT Academy, and he is professor of electrical engineering at IIT Guwahati. I've done a lot of research in communication domain, computer architecture domain also. We have interacted many times, and if you want to add some things, Kaushik.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir joined IIT Guwahati in the year 2002 and currently is a professor in the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering. His research interest includes wireless communication, wireless network, microstrip antennas, microwave engineering, and electromagnetics. He has co-authored about 160 research papers. 19 research students have completed their PhD under his supervision. At present, several research scholars are working under his supervision on the topics of antenna design, high-frequency microwave tubes, millimeter wave communication, strip-based communication systems, etc. He has served as the General Chair for 5th edition of IEEE Applied Electromagnetic Conference, AEMC 2015, and 22nd National Conference on Communications, NCC 2016. Chairman for the 18th National Power System Conference, NPSC 2014, and National Symposium on Vacuum Electronic Devices and Applications, VEDA 2018. He has also been involved with several projects, virtual lab projects of MHRD, and served as the Chief Investigator of Electronics and ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. He is a member of the Research Advisory Committee of SAMIR. He is presently the head of Computer Communication Center and also the head of Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, IIT Guwahati. So now I would like to invite Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir and request him to kindly start with the session.
Thank you. Thank you for a very elaborate introduction, and good afternoon, Professor Shahu. So I think this is the last session.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was told in a very short notice yesterday evening only, Gaurav told me. So anyway, I will try to discuss. So how many participants? Participants are all present.
So around 105.
105 participants are present. Fine. So I will, since it is, as I understand, this is a faculty development program on research methodology. So I'll just speak initially few words on the research activities we carry out, and then I'll make a presentation on a specific topic about, I suppose these topics have also been discussed, but anyway, I will try to present my views on writing of research papers, thesis, and project proposals. So on that topic, I'll make a brief presentation. Will that be fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the progress in today's world, a country's progress is measured in terms of its research output. And therefore, I feel this particular workshop is very, very timely. And our esteemed faculty members from all different parts of the country are participants of this EICT event. And as you have heard that I was also a part of the EICT community just few months back. And still I'm very much connected with the ICT activities. So first of all, I convey my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this event. And I will actually concentrate or keep my talk confined within the domain of the research activities carried out in academic institutes, because research is carried out everywhere. Research is done in academic institute, in R&D labs, specific R&D labs. Even the business houses also have their research establishments. So the type of research we usually carry out in an academic environment, this is a guided one. The research scholar who is carrying out the research works under the supervision of a thesis advisor or a supervisor. And of course, the type of problem that is decided or which is addressed in a particular research, it may be some problems which other people are struggling to find a solution, that we decide by going through the survey of relevant literature or going through different patents. Or at times, this research problem also come from the industry or the R&D labs, where people are facing difficulty in solving problems. So we get in the form of research projects, and many a time solving these problems leads to the PhD. So that's why I want to say that this particular presentation, whatever I am going to make, it will be mostly focusing on the research activities. These are carried out in an academic institute. It involves the faculty members, it involves the students, and also the agencies which might have funded these activities. So within this framework, I am going to talk about the writing part of it and publishing part of it, because ultimately the research output should reach the society, and also the people who are putting so much of effort, they also derive benefit of it. So many a times it is said that things should be patented and also published. So in protection is also there, and sharing with the public is also done. So that research publication constitutes a very, very important factor in a research scholar's life. And therefore, I will concentrate on that particular topic today. So to conserve bandwidth, I am turning my video off and I am going to the slide share mode. I hope I am audible clearly.
Yes, sir. Your voice
Please
is
confirm.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. And I would request the moderator, because otherwise it will be a monologue. If there are some questions, you please stop me in between and I will try to answer to my best. So can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You are the presenter. You can share
Yeah.
your screen. So participants, you can raise your hand or drop your queries in the chat box, or we can unmute you if you request us to unmute you.
Is my screen visible? Please let me know.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, as I told, that a very important part of the research activity carried out after that, publishing research finding and writing research paper and thesis, these are also very important activities. And I will concentrate on this topic in my talk. So the plan of presentation goes like this. We'll try to understand why we publish. And then the next very important question comes, what type of journal we publish, what type of conference, and what type of readership we are expecting. And then I will actually discuss a little bit about the domain of technical writing. I'll discuss about the structure, general organization of a research paper, and the process of publishing a paper in a journal, different steps involved. Because this is a very, I should say, important part, this research publication. And depending upon the type of journal, this publishing may take few months, even to years. There are certain ethical issues and issues related to authorship, which I will try to address. And also some comments on the various parts of the thesis and various issues involved in the thesis writing. Now, many a time I'll be drawing example from our system, and therefore I would like to also know from the participants, as I understand that majority of the participants are either faculty members or research scholars, what type of procedure they adopt, and in the question answer session we will try to see that. So publishing, if I ask why we publish, there may be many answers. One is the sharing of research funding with others, criticism and validation of research work. It is very, very important. Sharing of research funding with others, as I told, that it is important that ultimately the benefit of the research work carried out goes to the larger section of the society. There may be temporarily some findings are held because a commercial angle is also involved, but ultimately either in the form of a paper or in the form of a patent document, it goes to the society. So criticism and validation of the research work. The research is a continuous process, and you notice something, you formulate something, you find something, you think of a new concept. Most of these activities are actually the peer reviewed work. Already some people in some form is working on that. So, and the journals, the publishing houses, these are the formal way of obtaining criticism and validation of the research work from the peer research community. Recognition in a particular sphere, publishing of course gives you that satisfaction and recognition. You are known in that particular academic or researcher circle and establish ownership of an idea or principle. So this is very, very important, because whatever you publish, it is going to the public domain, but you own the copyright. So, or the patent right. So ownership of an idea or a principle or a system, whatever you develop. So this is another reason why we publish, and sense of achievement and satisfaction. This is very, very important. Ultimately, a researcher at some point of time will have to have a feeling that he has contributed something, achieved something, and get satisfied in that process. And of course, as I told that my most of this talk will be confined in an academic environment. So whether it is R&D labs or universities or IITs or NITs, any educational organization, the enhancement of promotion prospects, it is directly linked with the quality of publication made by a faculty member. Now the very next question comes, where do we publish? How we choose the journal or a conference, and what type of readership we are looking into. So the key issues are the type and category of journal and conference. Today, we live in a electronic world. I remember when we were students and started our research, the journals were available only in the print form, and most of the journals, for example, IEEE and all, were published from the West. They used to come via ship. So even if you are a subscriber of a journal, you used to get the copy of the journal after 3 months almost. And there was no consortium subscription and getting access to all the journals. So only selected journals where you are subscriber. So things have changed drastically over last 2 decades. And today we can even get the early access. Before the journal has been published formally, you get the electronic form of it if you have a access to it. So information dissemination has become very, very fast. The number of journals, the choices of journals, everything has actually increased drastically. But at the same time, we need to be careful and exercise some caution while going for publishing our research work. And definitely, the issues that very often impact the reputation of the journal where we are publishing, the acceptance rate, impact factor, readership, everything comes into picture. And today we have a means by which we can get those information also very easily. For example, if I go to SCI Mego journal and country rank, and suppose I give a topic, communication engineering. I hope my screen is visible. I hope my screen is visible.
Visible, sir.
Yeah. So you get now several options, and you can choose from a particular journal from this and see what are the scores and other things. And these organizations, they actually categorize these journals into quartiles. Sorry, wireless. So IEEE wireless communications, for example. So you will get the all details, what is the H index of the journal, then under which quartile it is placed, how the journal is performing. So it is a Q1 journal. So SGR has actually Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 rating of the journal. So it is important that we know about this information, and then we decide on which type of journal we are to. First, of course, is the area, and then next, the quality of journal. Similarly, when it comes to conferences, there are many flagship conferences in computer science domain. They talk of A-star conferences. In our domain, we talk about communication, these things. For example, IEEE Communication Society, we have portfolio events. So some of the flagship events, IEEE Globecom, IEEE ICC, like that. So these are the information now available at fingertip, and we will have to make a judicious choice. Now, as I told, I will discuss a little bit about the domain of technical writing. So I have divided the screen into three parts. So first is what document, second is who will read, and third is how will they use it. So thesis or project report, it is primarily first, it is read by the examiner or supervisor, and once it is approved, then it is read by the other people, the judge, mark and rank the thesis or a project, and many a time now we put this in the public domain for the benefit of the others. Paper or report for publication, it is the referees who are scientifically literate community, and they are going to do also evaluation of your work to judge the originality, quality, suitability, and to extract information to learn. So this is the common readers. They will read your paper to extract information to learn. So a paper, before it is published, it goes through the review where the experts will go through paper. They will judge the suitability of the paper, give comments to improve different aspects of the paper. And finally, once it is published, the other researchers will read it to extract information and to learn. Research proposal is normally sent to funding agency or bodies or referees, and there to judge the aim, quality, promise, and appropriateness of the proposal. You must have seen that there are several calls for proposals come from various ministries and various funding agencies, and we need to prepare research proposal and ask for funding to support our activity. And there we actually hundreds of proposals are received, only few are funded. So the main important thing is whether what is the quality of the proposal, what promises are being made, whether it will be feasible within the time frame, and appropriateness of the proposal, timeliness of the proposal, whether this research is really useful for the greater mass of the society. So these are the issues people look into. So you can see that the domain of technical writing itself, there are varieties types of documents and written with a variety of purposes. The readership is different. And finally, popular article. This is also magazines and other form of writing. But usually this type of popular technical article, these are read by intelligent but uninformed public. So they may not have the scientific rigor or background to go through the details of the topics but they are quite intelligent to read and understand in which direction maybe some technology is going. Because nowadays you will find hundreds of popular articles are coming up on data science and artificial intelligence, what are the things, capabilities. Many of these are not written with the mathematical rigor that you will apply when you write a journal paper. So this form of articles are also written and to be introduced to a new field, to be entertained. So these are the why people read this. Many people want to know what is happening in some upcoming area. So popular articles are the starting point. So I think I have discussed the various domains of technical writing, and at this stage, if there are any query I can take, or otherwise I will proceed. Okay, then let me proceed further.
Sir, no queries are here till now.
So usually this is the general structure of a paper. Any research paper, it starts with a general description, which is the introduction, and then we move to the particular, which is a body, and then we again draw conclusions and make discussions. So that is again a general. So the flow is general to particular to general. So if I expand this, a structure of a research paper will have a title. It should have an appropriate title. It is very important. Usually after that will be an abstract. Nowadays you will find that many conferences, for example, they will not ask for the full paper to begin with. They will ask for an extended abstract. IIT Guwahati, we are conducting NERC Northeast Research Conclave this month in May, and we are asking for extended abstract from the research community, based on which we will decide whether to invite the researcher to present his full paper. So abstract writing itself is very, very important, and particularly when you write extended abstract, it is even more important. Then is the introduction part, where we give the background of the work. Many a time we present the survey of relevant literature, because throughout the human history, people are doing research, and many of these are recorded, and what development you are making as compared to the current state of research and what are the gaps exist in the current state of the technology or scientific understanding, that is important to highlight. And usually in that introduction part, we mention about, we give a background of why we have chosen this problem to investigate, what are the gaps exist in the current state of literature. We mention some of the important references in this section. And then comes the body of the paper, where we present our own work, mostly our own work, with diagrams, with equations, with proofs. So this part is the body of the paper. And finally, we summarize the research findings through our discussion and conclusion. And at the end, we provide the list of references which we have consulted in developing our paper. So title, an effective title identifies the main theme of the paper. It should be accurate, unambiguous, specific, and complete. Abbreviations are to be avoided as far as possible in the title, and also should be attractive. In the abstract, there is, I have quoted it from, despite the fact that an abstract is quite brief, it must do almost as much work as a multi-page paper that follows it. And the reference is given. So suggested checklist for a good abstract are motivation, problem statement, approach, results, and conclusion. Then comes the introduction, brings out the importance of the subject, as I told, presents the overview of current state of research on the subject, reveals a research gap. This is very, very important. I cannot just write a research paper because I am willing to do some investigation on something, and then already many people have done it possibly. Your paper will not be accepted. So you will have to find out the gaps. Where lies the scope of new work, novel work? So reveals a research gap and outlines the importance characteristic of the own work and important results. So in the introduction, gives a brief outlook of the structure of the paper. The last paragraph of any introduction is, this paper is organized in such a section. So you give a brief description of the paper as well. Then comes the body. The body of a paper reports the actual research done to answer the research question or problem identified in the introduction. So here in the introduction part, you have talked about the research gap, and then you have stated the problem statement, that what problem you are going to solve. And in the body, you try to answer the research question or problem identified in the introduction. Discussion and conclusion, recapitulation of the research aims of the present study, brief summary of results, and comparison of results with previously published studies. So there, in discussion and result section, we often make a claim, my work is giving 20% more accurate results as compared to this study. So there you actually put your claim. And proposed follow-up of research question. Many paper during the discussion and conclusion part, they also give the future direction in which, because when we publish, particularly in paper form, publisher has the page limitation. You can go for extra pages also, but particularly the frontline journals, the cost of every extra page is very, very high. For example, in IEEE, one extra page means around $200 to $250. So that's why we try to always fit within the number of pages allotted, usually 6 to 8. If it is a letter type of paper, which is a shorter communication, it is 4 pages. And towards the end of the discussion or conclusion section, we also try to give some direction in which these works can be extended in future. So after you have prepared your research paper, whether it is a journal paper or a letter paper or a conference paper, it has to go through what is known as review cycle. So here mainly 3 actors are involved: the author or group of authors, the editor. Again, in the editor level, there are, for frontline journals, we have the chief editor, then associate editors, area editors, like that. Their responsibility is divided. We will put them all under this editor. And the job of the editors is to find out reviewers who are known experts or very often active researchers in the field. So author will submit the paper. Majority of the standard journal, they will go through a editorial pre-selection. There actually they will see whether you satisfy the scopes of the journal, whether the submission is conforming to the standards or guidelines set up by the journal. So many a time at that level, the decision will be binary. So if it is a reject, it will be decided and notified to the author and goes to reject. If your paper goes through the editorial pre-selection check, then the editor will inform you that your paper is now active and undergoing review. And then the job of the editor will be to select and assign reviewer. Number of reviewers, it varies from journal to journal, topic to topic. In some areas, very difficult to find qualified reviewers. Some topics which are very popular, you will get many reviewers. So usual number, you will find that in a standard journal, we expect at least 3 reviews, 3 independent reviews. At times we get more than that also. So reviewer, after going through it, it actually gives their suggestion, and after you get a initial accept, then it goes to the camera ready and goes to the publisher, and you are very happy. If it is rejected in the review phase itself and there is no scope of further review, they will inform you that your paper is not up to the mark and we are not planning to review it any further. But the majority of the cases where you will get, reviewers will give you some comment and they want you to satisfy their comments and further review is required. So we get some major comments and this cycle repeats for quite at least 2 to 3, because all the reviewers has to be satisfied and accept, and they should express that you have satisfactorily answered their queries, given explanation or made appropriate changes in the paper. So revise and resubmit, it goes quite a good number of cycles in standard journals, and when it is no further review is needed, then it goes through this accept line and then you prepare the camera ready and submit. So publishing paper and the reviewing, going critically through the reviewer's comment, answering, modifying the content, these are quite time consuming, and depending upon, as I am telling again, depending upon the quality of the journal, this cycle may extend from 6 months, at times 2 years also. And after 1.5 years also, after going to 3 reviews also, you might get a rejection. It happens, not uncommon. Things are pretty different when it comes to conferences. For conferences, the decision is binary. Although the reviewer's comment is shared with the author, but it is either accept or reject. There is no resubmission. And again, there are a lot of debates, but usually oral presentation and poster presentation, these are the 2 categories. And normally people become happy when it is oral presentation, although poster is also now considered equally important. So conference, you get to know the comment of the reviewers, and when you upload the final camera ready version, you are to answer, but decision is made beforehand. You need not resubmit and it is sent to you. It is only in the journals, it will go through several review cycles. Now, I will touch upon some ethical issues, which very often we find, and at times a lot of people actually discuss this, and people when publishing the research work, they should be very clear and transparent about this. Unethical issues, I am listing the unethical issues first. It include multiple submissions. Many a times it is seen people to maximize their chances of publication, the same paper, they send it to different, maybe different journals or conferences. So this is not an ethical practice. Redundant publication. The same paper got published, you make some cosmetic changes, not much of content in it, submit it elsewhere, particularly the conference papers and all. I am middle of a talk. Hello. I am in the middle of a talk. I'll get back to you. Huh? So redundant publication, many authors, just to increase the number, this is also not an ethical issue, ethical practice. Then of course, the plagiarism part. Now of course, the conferences, journals, they also do take, if you are going through standard submissions like IDAS and other platforms, they will give you the similarity score. Other conference platforms, they also, if it is not inbuilt, authenticate or this type of platforms are there. Like I know many people use, say, platform like CMT, the free version. There you won't get directly plagiarism check. CMT will give you plagiarism check only if you go for the paid version. So it is the responsibility of the authors also. Before they submit anything, they should see whether there is any similarity with the existing works. And from conference to conference, it varies. Some people will accept only 10%. Some other conference may accept even 20%, 30%. So similarity checks are important, and deliberately having similar sections copied from others, so that is a very, very unethical practice. Data fabrication and falsification. Another very unethical practice, and particularly the graph is not looking nice. These 2 points, if they come little closer, it gives more credibility to the result. These are dangerous things and very, very unethical things. And you believe this entire research community, mostly it is on the faith of the peer researcher and publishers, it progresses. Maybe in the later stage, when it is detected that, okay, this is not reproducible, because you report the results of some measurement, and 5 years later somebody try to reproduce the same under similar condition and cannot do it, then the doubts will come. So data fabrication, falsification, this is another very, very important issue and very unethical issue. Improper use of human subjects and animals in research. Of course, we have the methodologies, we need to take the clearances. And particularly since we are discussing about this paper writing, one very important issue is the improper author contribution. Authorship criteria is very, very important. Now we should have, when we are particularly working in a group and writing papers, we should have some idea that who would be the authors. So the authorship credit should be based on, I am telling, substantial contribution to conception and design or analytical formulation or acquisition of data or analysis and interpretation of data. So if somebody is contributing, a member is contributing to any of this aspect, he or she deserves to be an author. drafting the article or revising it critically for important intellectual content. Final approval of the version to be published. Condition 1, 2, and 3 all must be met. And that's why in the paper submission form, now some of the earlier, only one of the author on behalf of the team used to sign. Now many of the journals and conferences makes it mandatory that all authors should sign. It used to happen, sometimes some author were not aware that they are author of this paper. When it comes to thesis writing, a dissertation or a thesis is a document submitted in support of candidature for an academic degree or professional qualification presenting the author's research and finding. So this is what the definition Wikipedia says about a thesis or dissertation. And the parts of a thesis, mostly it is common across the institutes. There will be a cover page, candidate declaration certificate, dedication or acknowledgement, then followed by abstract, content, list of figures, list of tables, abbreviation, mathematical notation, list of publication, followed by introduction consisting of literature survey, motivation, statement of the problem, thesis contribution, thesis organization. Then the main chapters containing the details of the research work. So usually we expect at least 2 to 3 contributory chapters, and then the conclusion, summary of contribution and scope of future works. So why I am discussing this issue here, because many a time the people who are particularly my colleagues should know that most of the broad things expected from a research scholar when he or she submits the thesis, I have covered. And so my faculty colleagues also may take a note of it, and the research scholar who are attending these, they can have a note. And it is important that they include these components when they write the research paper. The thesis. References or bibliography followed by appendix. Appendix will include, because when you are writing the main body, there may be some proof or something which you want to add as an appendix, which will help the evaluator to understand your work properly. This appendix may contain the work which you have been doing, or it may also from other published documents or work which will help the examiner to understand the flow of your thesis better, so you can add. And author's biography, of course. So with this, I have discussed most of the things what I plan to discuss in this session, and I think I can now close my presentation and open this session for further discussion and listen to the viewpoints of our faculty colleagues and the research students who are attending this session. Dr. Shahu, the formal presentation part, slide presentation part, I have completed, and I am now ready to take the questions and discuss on the same from the participants. Any question, any comments, please? ICT, who is
Yes,
doing the moderation? So do you have any question in the chat box, or you want any hands raised?
dear participants, if you have any queries, please raise your hand. We will unmute you. Yes, sir, we have a hand raised from Rajesh.
Yeah, please. Please unmute and
Yes, Rajesh, sir, I've unmuted you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
yeah.
Sir, my question is, after if a scholar is in a learning phase and he is going for his first publication in the inception of his PhD career, then but he's facing rigorous rejection from the side of journal. Then how, in this case, how he will keep motivate himself so that not to get frustrated and keep trying.
Yeah, that is, see, as I told in the very beginning, that in our academic environment, when we carry out research, it is under the guidance of some expert or faculty members who has expertise in the domain where the research is being carried out. In an industrial lab environment, it may be little different because their challenges and research, maybe the individual, they are also actually the senior members are there. So for a research scholar, the first contact is the supervisor. So the student need to sit with the supervisor, try to see, analyze the comments. Normally what we do, our students, we also get a lot of rejection. So we write down what are the comments, what is our response, and then we try to find out whether the comments given by the reviewers, they are very genuine ones, in that sense that yes, they've correctly identified some flaw or some shortcoming in our paper, and there is a scope of modification. So it has to be taken in a positive spirit. At times, some of the review comments may not be, very frankly speaking, may not be given in the reviewer is speaking in one direction and the paper goes in another. So this type of things also happens. So we ignore them. So very judiciously we prepare, whether we get even for a rejected paper also, even if there is no resubmission of that paper in that journal, we prepare a response list, the student, and then the student and the supervisor, we discuss and then see what are the genuine comments were there, how we address it in the next version of the paper. If it is a conference paper, we submit it to some other journal. But if we find that there are some questions which is beyond the scope or expertise of the supervisor, then we invite other colleague also, take their opinion, go to the DC. So in that way, there is no scope that why you should get rejection after rejection if you are doing a good work. Should not be. Maybe one time, fine. 2 times, but 3rd time, definitely not, because by this time, your work has been reviewed by a good number of people. So you should be able to judge. That means what you are doing, either it does not have any value, it is not correct, so leave it, start something new. Or you have also got in the form of review question many suggestions and directions to improve your paper. Use this in a positive sense. I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, sir. Very clearly, sir. I got my answer. My another, but just this is my last question. That is it an ethical practice to submit a single paper in a conference and simultaneously, if it is fails to be published, and we are been addressing that same paper in another conference?
You can see conference publication, you can, there is no unethical. Only thing is that multiple submission is unethical. As I told, different conferences also have different rate of acceptance. Some conferences will accept 50%, some will accept 10%. Definitely, if you first tried a conference with 10% acceptance and your paper did not get through, but you got some review comments, and based on that you have made this some minor changes maybe and submitted to another conference where it is easier, might be your paper will get published, but the credit you will get will vary. If you publish in a conference which is very strict and very choosy, very well known to the, like in India, in our domain, MCC is organized by the IITs and IIScs. Usually we try to maintain a good standard. Then IISc organizes SPCOM, signal processing. It also tries to maintain. So we always try to maintain that international standard so that when a paper gets accepted in our these conferences, it is very likely that these papers will get accepted in a rated conference abroad also. So like that, you'll have to decide. Publishing there, as I told, that you can publish it anywhere. Today there are plenty of such journals, plenty of such conferences are available. You submit, next day you will get acceptance, you publish. But are you satisfied with that? If the answer is yes, then I do not have anything to say. But if you say no, I want to publish in the top-notch best conferences, best journals, then you will have to struggle hard. There will be rejections, but that should not discourage you. That failure should be converted into a stepping stone of success by improving the quality of the work in the next edition of the paper.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think most of my doubts have been cleared after your suggestions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please share the slides to us?
Yeah, the slides, I think I'll mail it to the ICT coordinator, PDF version of the slide, and they can share it with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So we have a request from one more participant, Dr. Prema Jyoti ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. It was very effective presentation. And all the days, I highly appreciate all the organizers for each and every session. And particularly in your session, I need a suggestion that, UGC Care Journal and all, we used to send a papers and they are approving and accepting the paper for publications. But whereas Scopus and all high-end journals, when we are submitting, we used to get lot of reviews, as another participants also asked some of the questions. But in this, I need some suggestions where we have to focus more on to convince the publishers. We are a social science background, sir. We don't have enough, as like IIT and NIT people, research type of methodology we are not following. A social science methodology where we can, convince the publishers. Could you please suggest some of the hints where we can focus?
Madam, thanks for raising this issue. I understand there is pressure, professional pressure is there in publishing, but that pressure is there in all the institutes. And that pressure is even more in institutes. You have mentioned IITs, NITs, these places. This pressure is today. I'll not get any peer recognition. Forget about other things. My colleagues will not recognize me as a researcher if I cannot publish in a
Yes, sir.
very good quality journal.
Yeah.
So that peer pressure is more important for us, and it is the driving force.
Exactly.
So that's why our approach is, whenever we are submitting something, we try the best in that domain and try, if it is rejected in the first attempt and given a scope of resubmission, we try to improve it so that it gets accepted. So that is very, very important. Second thing, of course, I have noticed that in India recently there has been hundreds of journals are being published, and some of them are even were in Scopus. But recently, while reviewing some of the works, I found some journals which got included in Scopus after 3 or 4 years of observation, they have discontinued them. So
Yeah.
this type of journal, publishing on this type of journals will become dangerous from your career point of view. Today you publish in some journal which maybe Scopus is recognized, and after 3 years when your date of promotion comes, that journal is no longer in Scopus.
Okay.
So this type of, I've seen some of the journals, I've seen that Scopus clearly writes that they are not continuing. So that's why my suggestion is that put some extra effort and try to publish the one which is recognized and very much respected in your community. That much only I can tell.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So participants, any more queries? You can raise your hand.
So if there are no more queries, I think we can conclude this session with the permission of Dr. Shahu.
Aryabhatta Sahu sir, are you there?
He's connected, his name shows connected, but whether he's present or not.
So give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
So participants, in the meantime, you can ask your queries. So we have come to the last session. So this is the last session. So in case in this 10 days, if you have any, if you want any kind of clarifications, you can ask Professor Ratnajit Bhattacharya, sir.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, how to after while submitting the papers in the journals, how to combat the desk rejection?
Desk rejection means the very first from the editor itself you are getting the rejection.
Yes, sir. From the first, just we have submitted a paper, and after a few days, means 5 to 7 or
Yeah. So that means there may be reasons, may be quite a few. One is the paper may be rejected because it is out of scope of this journal. Some journals accept some areas. Like specifically, I tell you, once it happened with us, we submitted a good solid analysis work to a journal. The journal's area of focus is vehicular technology. So the editor said that, sorry, we cannot accommodate your paper in our journal because this, although it is a solid work, does not have relevance with the vehicular technology. Then they suggested some more journals which will be appropriate for this paper. So rejection at the first submission level may not be always because of the quality. It may be also on the domain mismatch. And that's why it is very important to, before you submit, it is very important to see in the publisher's website what are the areas they are publishing. The problem comes because at times they will be writing this area not limited to, and that creates the problem. And when you submit, they said that it is not within the scope. So that's why what we do nowadays, before we submitting, we check whether in that publisher, because now everything is available online, with that publisher or with that journal, whether any paper has been published on the similar topic. It will not be the same topic, but similar topic. And that we try to cite also in our paper, because the journals also want that their published paper be cited. And that also gives a proof that, okay, I am not submitting to you something which you are not publishing. Does it answer your query?
yeah, sir. It means, sir, before submitting to any concern into any pinpointed journal, we must go through their aim and scope.
Aim and scope, the areas they cover, and if possible, because nowadays it is possible at least to see through searches whether the topic you are submitting on that topic, this journal has some articles. And if you find one or two relevant works have been published in that journal on your area of research, it is better to cite it also, so that will give the confidence to the journal editorial group that your work falls within their scope.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir, this side Firoza, sir. Sir, actually, Aryabhatta Sahu, sir, went for a small meeting. The sir is right now not available in cabin. The sir asked me to thank you on behalf of him. So, thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
because if there are no queries, no questions, we can wind up the session. If there are more questions and more scope of discussion, I will definitely be here.
Okay. Yes, sir. I think so. There are no. Sir, right now though we are having no more queries, but sir, there is a small request, sir, if you can join us for the valedictory session today from 2 p.m. if possible, sir.
No, from 2 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Firoza, I'll have to go to school to bring my daughter, you know.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for being again a part of our academy and giving such a wonderful talk. It was really enjoyed by all the
I
participants.
was not prepared. Yesterday evening, 7:30, Gaurav called me and told, so whatever slides were ready, I presented. Otherwise, if you would have informed me little earlier, I could have added few more topics.
Yes, sir. So we completely understand, sir. So then also please thank you, sir. And sir, of course, we will looking forward for more similar kind of sessions, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And sir, always your guidance is required. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I disconnect now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So participants, please do not disconnect. We will be starting our valedictory session at 2 p.m. So in the meantime, you can take a break of 20 minutes. Then after that, we will be starting with the valedictory session.
Kosik. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So Gaurav Trivedi sir is coming to our office. So we'll be reaching in 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah. So who are the other people who will join? So we don't know. So we have sent already invitation, I think so.
Yeah, we have sent invite to all the participating academies. From IIT Roorkee, it is confirmed that they are not joining. So rest of the academies, I'll be communicating with them.
Okay. So in the meantime, I went for lunch for some time, 10-30 minutes.
Okay, sir. So RB sir completed, Ratnajit Bhattacharya sir completed his talk, and then he left 15 minutes before.
Okay.
Aryabhata Sahu, sir. Dr. Aryabhata Sahu, sir.
Yes.
Sir, Dr. Jyoti Prakash Singh will be joining from NIT Patna, and we have Gaurav Trivedi sir with us at our academy. So once GP sir joins, then we will be starting the session.
Yes. Hello, Jyoti Prakash ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So now you're audible.
I thought it's already over. I'm late. So that's why.
Many people yet to join.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So I'm waiting.
I am Gaurav. I joined from IIT office today. So I'm
you
doing.
can switch on your video.
Actually, yeah, you can click the video. Actually, today our workshop also started now.
That Medicare workshop.
Yeah. Hanuman ke saath mein. So I'm just coming from there. So we can, Saoji, you are the coordinator, sir. So as per your wish, I'm to say we can start. You can start. I think everybody will be absolutely joining, na? RFR से कोई join नहीं कर रहा?
So invite to me.
एक बार राजेश सर को कॉल करो. साहू जी, एक बार राजेश जी को आप कॉल करेंगे प्लीज? थोड़ा आप एक बार कोऑर्डिनेट कर दो ना प्लीज. ये तो डॉक्टर साहू का प्रोग्राम है. मैं तो ऐसे घुस आया हूँ.
नहीं, ऐसा ही आपका प्रोग्राम है.
मेरा कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं, तो डॉक्टर साहू का प्रोग्राम है. तो मैं तो बीच में घुसा आया, इंट्रूडर हूँ मैं तो.
No, ये आपका ही प्रोग्राम. So I think he's busy with some. He's not picking his phone.
साहू सर, बाकी और जगह से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं ना अपने? ये रुड़की से संजीव सर नहीं कर रहे हैं. और ये हमारे सिंह साहब तो पटना साहब से ज्वाइन करे हैं ना, है ना? सिंह साहब हैं. और ये इसमें ट्रिपल IIT DMJ से आ रहे हैं क्या पार्टी?
नहीं 20 मिनट बाद ज्वाइन. और MNIT जयपुर से नहीं होगा. नहीं, MNIT जयपुर वाले से 20 मिनट में ज्वाइन.
Rajesh Bhai sir in some airport, so he may not be able to join. So he's traveling somewhere.
Okay.
So he's trying to join from his mobile, but he may not be able to join.
हाँ. ठीक है. तो साहू जी, अपन एक बार then actually what we can do, we can start. I think भरत सर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. भरत गुप्ता सर, JP सर की है. और उसके बाद में रवि साहब, ये MNIT जयपुर
सर वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं अभी 10-15 मिनट में. और प्रवीण सर फोन नहीं उठा रहे.
अपना गलेक्ट्री कितने 2:30 बजे से है क्या?
2 बजे से.
Almost to 15 minutes.
Already past 15 minutes.
अरे it will be too late. I think उनको मैसेज करें कि ज्वाइन करें, otherwise we are starting. We have everybody has other engagements ना. 2:30 थोड़ी start करेंगे. Already we have 2:15 ना.
Yeah, the late sometime.
नहीं तो मैं कह रहा हूँ साहू जी एक बार उनको रिंग कर दें and then say sir please join because we have to go ahead.
ना
हाँ साहू जी.
ट्रैवल कर रहा था वो ज्वाइन कर पाएंगे नहीं प्रोग्राम में बोले
नहीं उनकी नहीं कह रहा हूँ साहू जी, मैं यहाँ पे बोल रहा था इनको कि वो MNIT जयपुर से ही ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं क्योंकि बाकी लोग नहीं आ रहे हैं, तो अपन मतलब LIT चालू करके खत्म कर देते हैं ना साहू साहब.
हाँ दैट्स फाइन
है ना, मतलब क्योंकि एवरीबडी इज वेटिंग नाउ, एवरीबडी इज वेटिंग फॉर जस्ट एंडिंग द प्रोग्राम ना.
so start
क्या?
yes start
या आई थिंक वी कैन स्टार्ट.
so welcome participants and then welcome Gaurav ji and Jyoti Prakash ji. So and all the means I first thanks to all the what you can say expert speaker, particularly Rajesh Piniwala ji, Ashish Pandey ji, B.A. Chopra ji, then Amit Bansiwal, then Ravi Kumar, Bindu Sharma, and S.J. Nanda, then today Ratnadri Bhattacharya ji, Pawan Kulkarni, Amit Joshi. So I thank all the expert speakers. They actually gave very nice talk through their own expertise and experience, and all the talks are really very good. I liked 2-3 very much the kind of things. Rajesh Benevale talk, and then Ashish Pandey talk. Today Ratnadri Bhattacharya talk. It was really excellent, deep insights, many things. So they deliver excellent talk, and most I think that many participants have learned a lot of things from them. So now I thanks to other participants and other involved member here in ICT Academy, Kaushik ji and other people are there. So I thank you. Now I hand over to Jyoti Prakash Singh ji to say something. Jyoti Prakash ji.
Thank you, sir. In fact, from NIT Patna side, we had a good number of students, and it was really a nice program. Research methodology. It's really say doing research, how to, so what the way we should think, we should proceed, we should collect data. So there were a lot of really interesting talk, and I hope that all the participants, those who have attended and participated in this has been benefited immensely. It was really a nice and well-organized talk. So thanks to the IIT Guwahati team and all the experts who delivered their talk there. So thanks from my side. And sir, we can in fact call some of the participants to share their ideas so that for future we can get some feedback and we can improve on that if they have something to say.
So participant, you can raise your hand so that you can unmute yourself. Unmute you. So please unmute Utpal Das.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for organizing such a very helpful session for us who has just entered into the field of research as a newcomer. I have seen many of my seniors, they were just struggling to complete their research as they were not have this type of useful session prior to start their research. In this session, we have learned so many things which are very useful for conducting our research in future. And not only that, moreover, you are telecasting this in YouTube also. So after the sessions, when we are getting any doubt, we can go and we can check. So it's not only one-time class, it is a repetition of classes. And I request you all, sir, that henceforth, here we have seen that many experts have delivered their lecture through PowerPoint presentation. If you can please share those PowerPoint presentation prior to their lecture so that we can go through, and while going through, if we are having some doubt, after the class, we can directly ask the faculty itself that I have a doubt on this, please clarify that. But everything, I would like to rate this entire session 99% out of 100. And I request you, sir, you all have our database. Henceforth, please communicate us through email if you are organizing this type of FDP, this type of workshop, either through online or offline. Please, sir. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Utpal Das. Thank you, for feedback. So this is really nice feedback. So about the presentation, sometimes the presenters may not be ready with the presentation. So that may happen. And sometimes presentations, whenever you listen to the presentation, they actually say a lot of insight in presentation. So that is one thing. So sometimes it may be possible to circulate before presentations, but sometimes it may not be possible. But we'll take care of this issue. So next, please unmute Anjani Kumar.
Anjani Kumar, ma'am, you are unmuted.
Sir, good afternoon. It was really very much enriching sessions. I attended most of the session. In few, I had problem in understanding. Basically, it was a bit more technical, and it was from quantitative perspective. I am doing PhD from IIT Patna, right, in HSS, right, so in management primarily. So a few things I couldn't grasp. But overall, it was very much structured. And in most of the sessions, in mathematical sessions also, I could at least grasp few things which can be executed for my research. I am very much new to research, though I have 25 years of corporate experience, but just I have completed my coursework, and it was very much enriching. And few frameworks I have as a takeaway. I have taken this I will apply in my research, and it will be really helpful. And thanks a lot. And above all, last but not least, the best part was that means all the speakers, most of them, they were sharing what actually they did, right? Rather than giving gyans, they shared their actual experience and the hurdles which they faced. So it was very much relevant and practical. Thanks a lot to all organizers, means IIT Guwahati, IIT Roorkee, NIT Patna, MNIT Jaipur. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anjani Kumar. So thank you for your feedback. So it is actually a joint effort, and many experts are actually, they did very good research and then they talk. So in that way, it is very good experience too. So any other participant want to share their view? Please raise your hand so that you can unmute your view. Okay, if no more participants want to say anything, so let me ask Professor Gaurav Trivedi to say something. So you can switch on your video and please say something. Professor Gaurav Trivedi.
Thank you, Professor Sahu. I just thank all the participants that it was really 2 weeks long course, although it was every day 4 hours, but it went through 10 to 2, which you come to say occupying the most of the day vitals and the precious time. So I really thank you for that during this hard times, although we are opening and some places we are closing again. Okay, so due to COVID-19, but even after that you joined and made this program successful. I really thank you for this. And I thank our Overleaf coordinator, Dr. Sahu, who actually spearheaded this program. Dr. J.B. Singh from NIT Patna, Dr. Bharat from NIT Patna, Dr. Sanjeev Manas from IIT Roorkee, Dr. Ravi from IIT Dr. Ravi from MNIT Jaipur, and Dr. Paddy from IIT DM Jabalpur. And I really thank all of them for this particular program, for the particular effort in this program. And because of that, we were able to do this. Last but not the least, precisely without the support from RFRF, it was not possible for us to come up with the expert which actually you have seen. And this is the second time back to back with RFRF we have done a program in research methodology, and which has gone to you can say this has gone to the mass which has gone to the mass in very effective manner. But yes, what Dr. Das has said, that we need to provide some material a priori. Yes, I'm just saying this is really very good feedback. In fact, this is applicable to, in fact, all the courses, not only this course. And this we will try, I'm to say, to provide all kind of vital material before the sessions. But as like Professor Sahu has already mentioned, that sometimes it is not possible because of multiple engagements of the experts. Sometimes we miss. So this is one of those kinds. But this is a very good feedback. So we will try to, you can say, incorporate this in our future courses. Thank you. And with this, once again, all the IIT academies, all the participants, I wish you a very good luck for your future endeavors. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you. And sorry to say,
thank you, Gaurav.
IIT Academy.
All the joint coordinators, particularly Ravi Matila, Bharat Gupta. Already you have thanked Sanjeev ji, JP Singh ji, and Praveen Kumar Padi. So I thanks all the joint principal coordinators and RFRF and all the participants. And finally, you are concluding the FTP now. So now it's formally you are concluding the FTP.
Yeah, and thanks IIT Academy, IIT Guwahati team. Because of their efforts, we were able to conclude many tasks very easily. So thanks everybody here. Okay, and once again, I'm wishing everybody a very good luck. And
Okay,
thank you, Sahuji. Not only you are a good friend and you are a good, you can say, you are a good coordinator also. I'm to say many times in the past also you have so smoothly coordinated such kind of programs, both technical and the research oriented works. But thanks to you also, and
thank you.
that with collaboration with you, and ICT Academy will flourish in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you all the participants. Now we're closing the workshop formally. Okay, thank you.
So thank you all the participants. Thank you all the participants. It was wonderful meeting you all, and hopefully we will meet again in our future FDPs. And with this, we come to the end of this validity session. And thank you all, and goodbye. So now I'll be closing the meeting link from my end. So thank you all participants once again. Thank you, Aryabhatta Sahu sir.
Thank you.